messed up my stream. I don't know what the hell it did, but I had to restart.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Still learning about this OBS. This thing is too damn wonky. 1 second it's working, next second it's not.
Red point because of the checkpoint. I would have had to go back and get it, I forgot. So it's like I can't really get the true ending anyways. But we checked it out, it was cool, it was chill. I'm still missing one red point. Oh, it's right here. Damn. Crap. I had to go back and get that other freaking one.
It's a good thing I checked.
Dang.
I would have been playing the game and not streaming. And that's what I hate.
I would be willing to play it again. Or maybe I'll completely forget. Stay tuned. Moving on to stage 2 with 32. Fiery Fortress. Welcome to the deserts. Bam. Welcome to the deserts. Cool. Just go ahead and skip all that. Yup, seems good, dudes. That seems good. Hey, man, why you gotta hurt me? What the fudge? Alright, man. I see how it's gonna be. It's gonna be like that.
Alright, stream is up. Don't mess with me, YouTube. Don't mess with me, OBS, please.
Okay. I mean, I guess the Kaiser block keeps you from damage boosting or whatever, iframing through this part, but still, man, that's garbage. It's garbage, man.
Get my glasses.
Seems a little scary, don't it? Hey. Oh. Sure. If you want me to have that, I won't say no. You know? Why would I say no to that? This part's weird.
Okay, so for every about 1,000 relics I get, I'm gonna leave the world tree to empty my inventory. And every time I empty my inventory, or leave the world tree, I should say, every time I leave the world tree, I'm gonna do 21 push-ups, 21 sit-ups. Only got 2 hours of sleep, but it is what it is. Right before I left here, I was trying to find this boss. Jesus Christ. I just want to kill the boss. Is that too much to ask? He's not in a cave. So why can't I find him? You saw your friend died and you come out and start dancing. This. I'm dead. I'm so lost. Where? It's not in a dungeon. So where the fuck is it? Low-key, I was hoping I log on and it was a bug I was facing last night where the boss wasn't showing. But nah, he really ain't here. And we're just gonna stop looking. Hey, no killing. I do the killing. Got wasting materials. Shorty bad, shorty bad. Dude died standing up. Why did you wake up? It's not even daytime. What the fuck? your leg. Give me your materials. Hello, more materials. I'll take that. Geyser Gush. What the hell? was that? How did you miss? How did you miss? It was right in front of you. Let's drop electrical gems. They're dark type. I think that's about 1,000. That is about 850. 900. Maybe a few more. I getting one shot now? What the hell? Alright, I'm definitely at 1,000, but I'm just gonna fight this guy, get some icing on the cake, and then I'm gonna do some push-ups, some sit-ups. Yeah, definitely at 1,000 now. Fridge off my back. Fiji is that? I need to go get more of that shit. Still can't figure out why some of these pals have busted percentages. Like this motherfucker has 200%. This one is awakened. It was transferred through the global power box. Its stress is at 10. Is it the skill? Is it because it's lucky? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh. It's a rifle. That's automatic. Never transfer my fruits. I'll manually do it. Thank y'all. Carbon fiber for research. Can't believe I don't have no carbon fiber. Imagine being broke. sack me. Why is... Got sack me making cake. I need to power up. Fuck, I should have never dissected all those guys. I don't need one at rank 5. Wait. It's not too late. Don't. So what do you want, bro? You got food right there. You got food right there. What do you want from me, bro? Let me work on a piece. You heard me? When you're over there playing, you don't see me bothering you. Do you? No. No. Leave you alone. Let's stop beating up your sister for no fucking reason. Say hi to the camera. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi, camera. Hi, YouTube. How you doing, YouTube? Yeah, you forgot there's food over there or something? Still at 0. my god, glider broken. What the fuck? Why did I pick up these eggs? I shouldn't have picked up these eggs. I don't need them. If it's not an omnious egg, I don't want it. Y'all can't be hungry again. I know y'all can't be hungry. What you doing up here, fucker? Don't be going on top of the damn stove. 200, damn. Hey, how's your spot? 800, so I need like 200 more relics. Then I'm gonna do some push-ups. Nope, don't run. Put on my gas mask. What the? You fucking asshole. Oh my god. Yo, die! These fucking wonky ass rocks. And why are you almost dead? Get over here. Oh, that's somebody else. I'm like, why is my pal dying? Shouldn't be dying to nobody in here. What the fuck? hit me? Oh, hey, you. You're poison, not me. Okay, cool. Are you gonna kill this shit in front of me? Kill the fucking bird. What are you doing? Taking a vacation? Oh, that's 700. I mean, that's 1,000. some sit-ups. R1. I just need one more subscriber. If you're watching, you should subscribe. Probably already are subscribed. Who knows? Some watermelon and honey. Oops, I'm making it worse. Bro, get down. Don't bother me while I'm eating, dog. Please. You bother me while I'm exercising, you bother me while I'm eating. Everything I'm doing, you want up in my face. Get out of here. What the? Oh.
I just made a new video. Oh boy. And it's Master Chief fat with a gay pride flag in a wheelchair. And it said, "Who killed Halo?" Here we go. Halo used to be heroic, masculine, right-wing, pro-military, pro-America. Now it's fucking gay and worked on by theater kids. Campaign Evolved is so bad. That was in the first 10 seconds. Halo used to be heroic, masculine, right-wing, pro-military, pro-America. Now it's fucking gay and worked on by theater kids. Campaign Evolved is so bad, you have the level designer from Halo 3 saying stuff like this. The Halo devs have apparently decided that the majority of Marines should now be women. I'm fine with occasionally seeing a woman Marine, whatever, but we're starting to enter Clown World territory here. For Campaign Evolved, which is a remaster of Halo 1, 343 thought it was a good idea to add 3 missions to the beginning of the game, centering around this dog-ugly Boldyke as she one-ups Chief.
Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda.
Bro, it's like they watched my video about Chief being a disabled trans girl boss and thought I was pitching an idea for a new Halo. Anyway.
I watched that one too.
So what I've been doing the past week is going back and playing the first 3 Halo games, and what stuck with me was number 1, how pro-military and right-wing these games were. Number 2, how much these games focused on religion.
Thunder?
And number 3, how the entire lore of the original games was thrown away with Halo 4. And that's what I want to talk about in this video. Old school Halo would make your average little liberal soy cuck today piss their pants.
Be gone from me, you soy boy beta cuck.
Legendary mode on Halo Combat Evolved would filter all these pussies.
I think Halo 2 Legendary was way harder, because in Halo 1 you could still run away and then have your friend respawn. In Halo 2, if your friend dies in Legendary mode, you both have to restart. And, like, that was crazy whenever you would do that one mission where they had all the Jackal snipers. So, like, you would lose your buddy, and then immediately, fucking instantly, and you died. It was brutal, man.
That didn't get rid of them. We would troll the shit out of their mom in our Halo lobbies.
That's right.
So what changed? And it's simple. Halo has been hijacked by pronoun people. It's been hijacked
Pronoun
by people who talk about racism and misogyny. You can see this in the people who work on Halo now. Here's a guy who hates guns working on Halo. Here's a dude who is a Fruit Loop working on Halo.
There's a dude who's a Fruit Loop working on Halo. Community managers, look at this guy. Look at what he's saying. Please continue pushing for more human rights for your fellow Americans, especially for marginalized communities. Even if you may not fully understand their plight, know they deserve all the same freedoms and protections that you do. Oh my god, what a loser.
Oh, here's a black woman who was the chief of staff of Halo at one point. And you see this showing up in the game itself now. The original Halo games were heroic and pro-military. Now you have Catherine Halsey and everybody questioning whether Chief is even the good guy or not.
I thought you'd be taller.
343 Studios or Halo...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Master Chief is canonically 6'6" or 6'7".
Studios, nobody gives a fuck. Whatever they're called now, they obviously hate Master Chief and they hate everything he stood for in the original games. Never has there been a worse downfall from OG Bungie to 343 Halo Studios.
I don't know.
Bro, back in the day, Bungie, without having social media or anything, was obsessed with their game and wanted to make fans happy. It's simple. Halo CE launched in 2001 and it had single player, co-op, and multiplayer on launch, all on one disc, big dog. And it cost like $50 million to make. The virgins and beta males who made Halo Infinite, the game cost $400 million and all they could do on launch was a wet fart single player campaign. But don't worry, the Pride armor, the Women's Day armor, the Black History Month armor were all right on time.
There's no way this is real, right? Like, I want you guys, like, this is not real, right? This is like AI? No. Okay, give me a minute. Black History Month Halo armor.
Oh my god. It's real.
Black History Month armor customization.
Bruh. That's making me mad as a black man. Oh my god, that's pissing me off.
Have you ever thought about that? Why do these gay-ass studios have to delay their game?
Just
but they
make a
never
good
delay
game,
Pride
what
armor.
the
They never
fuck?
delay gay-ass Black History Month armor. They're just soft, dude. It's a bunch of soft, virgin, incel men who wear dresses fucking working on Halo now. It used to be military-based chads, and now it's homos making this game. So anyway, boys, let's get into the main topic of this video because, like I said...
That wasn't the main topic? Wait, you couldn't have the fuel rod cannon in Halo 1? This has to be a mod. Could you?
I replayed the first 3 Halo games, And I want to go into
Not
three
in the
major
Xbox
points
version.
about exactly why the
On
Halo
PC?
games are so bad now.
Okay.
Number one, the original Halo games made you feel like a hero.
Yeah.
343 turned Master Chief into a cuck, a simp, and a morally gray bad guy. Number two, the original Halo games were primarily military engagement video games. The 343 games are practically anti-military games and completely get away from the series roots. Number three, Halo has always been a deeply religious game.
It is.
The 343 games stripped all the religious stuff out, and it doesn't feel like a Halo anymore.
Is that true? I haven't played any of the new ones because I just heard they
Yeah,
were
that's why I
retarded.
didn't play any.
So I didn't do it. But like, yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the lore, yeah, I mean, that's
Highly religious.
obviously like, I mean, there's an entire class of the Covenant called the Prophet. What the hell do you
So
think?
let's get into it. One final caveat here. When I talk about the good Halos, I'm referring to everything up to including Halo Reach. When I talk about the bad...
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I got the
I
Halo
stopped
Reach
at 3.
poster right over there.
No, I played Reach. I played Reach.
Halos, I'm talking about Halo 4, Halo 5, Halo Infinite, and this new Dogwater Campaign Evolve thing. Replaying Halo 1, Halo 2, and Halo 3 again, I realized what made these games so powerful. And it's the feeling of being the hero. You are Spartan John 117,
You're that
a Christian
guy.
reference to the Bible, by the way. You are a super soldier created by humanity to
Yep.
save them. Nobody can do what you do. You are humanity's
it to
greatest
come and
warrior. And Marty O'Donnell's legendary soundtrack specifically leans into this feeling.
Yep.
I think of the Forward Unto Dawn towering over you with
Think about how many times you've seen people singing the Halo, like fucking theme song, I guess you could say, main theme, in a fucking church.
guy and dropping off tanks in Halo 3. I think of running headfirst into battle in Halo Reach. I think of mounting a final offensive in Halo 2. The developers at Bungie were simply chads. They were actually men. They cared about things like heroism and
cared
not
about
being a
things that
little
guys cared
trans,
about.
troony beta cuck. Jump over to 343 Industries and you see grown men showing up to work in dresses. They're evil, they're demonic, they have mental illnesses. And of course, you see this come across in their games. Halo...
It's actually crazy, like, bro, he just says it. He actually just fucking goes and says
Come to
it.
work in a skirt.
Based review? Yes. Oh my god.
Halo 4 opens with Dr. Halsey essentially being called a war criminal for making the Spartans. Halsey is first mentioned in the book from 2001, but never shows up in the early games except for in Halo Reach. Reach never treated Halsey as a war criminal, but rather somebody who made hard decisions to save humanity.
Yeah,
So again, the cuckening of Halo.
Cuckening.
343 is attacking their own main character. But it gets worse. Most of Halo 4 is just Chief simping for Cortana. He has no real mission.
Well, at least back then it made sense. I get the idea here. But, like, I mean, now, she looks like a dude.
Anymore. They're just trying to get back to Earth, and then they accidentally open a Forerunner artifact, and out pops the Didac. The last thing Chief says in Halo 3 is, "Wake me when you need me." Wake me. To me, this implies that Chief should be kept in cryosleep until there is a clear mission for him.
Yeah.
And that never actually happened in Halo 4. What was your mission? Get back to Earth, fart around on some alien planet, and talk to the Didac with his boring new enemy type they made? It's obvious Halo 4 was made by retards and pronoun people. But it gets even worse. The first time
Pronoun
Chief
people.
runs into other Spartans, we get this embarrassing interaction.
I thought you'd be taller.
Just in case you wanted more things to cringe about in Halo 4, I read online
thought
that the
you'd be
Didac is a
taller.
metaphor for imperial dominance, racial supremacy, and forced assimilation. Because all the creators of Halo 4 are gay and woke, you can 100% assume they are talking about white people in America. But wait,
They absolutely are, and this is the type of stuff. So, like, I always use the God of War example for how bad it really is. So, according to the lore, and this is what people were theorizing in God of War, that the ending of God of War was going to be Kratos, Thor, and probably a third god, maybe an Egyptian god, coming as the three wise men to the birth of Jesus Christ. That was going to be the ending of God of War. They were going to be the three wise men. And instead of that, you got this bullshit. So you don't even know, what's the tier, not Thor? Excuse me. And yeah, exactly, I would love that. So you don't even understand what you're not getting, because all of the people that wanted to do that probably got fired.
Guys, the UNSC is definitely meant to be a metaphor for America in the first 5 Halo games, and in those games we are the good guys. So which is it? Again, 343 is so confused and retarded because they made America the good guys in the first 5 Halo games, and now suddenly America are the bad guys. And the final thing I hate about Halo 4 is, of course, that they completely changed the lore. In Halo 3, there's a moment where 343 Guilty Spark looks at Chief and says something to the effect of, "You are the Forerunner."
You are Forerunner.
Implying
No, he's not.
that humans are the Forerunners and that they are not actually a separate race. And then if you look at all the Bungie lore dumps and old videos, you find out, yes, Bungie intended humans to be the original Forerunners. And that would have been super interesting because on the one hand, the Covenant are against the humans and fighting the humans, but then they're finding out, oh wait, the humans are also the Forerunners we've been searching for, and the Prophet of Truth is hiding all this stuff from them, and it would have been a very cool plot device to have used in the later Halo games. But
I never heard that. Yeah, I never heard that at all. Like, I remember that's not what my Forerunners were ancient humans. That's totally new. It's correct. It's in the books. Not the first 3. I read the first 3 books.
of course, 343 had to retcon all of this. They tossed out all of Bungie's lore and they said, no, we're going to make the Forerunners a completely different race that look like Voldemort. So yeah, one of the biggest reasons Halo 4 is trash is just because they threw out all of Bungie's lore and they made the Forerunners this separate race, and nobody wanted that, and the 343 games are just dog shit. Anyway, moving on.
Halo games are going true.
The Halo games are primarily games about military conflicts. They're not necessarily only about Chief. The original ship attacked in Halo 1 was the Pillar of Autumn, a military ship. You do reconnaissance for the military the entire game. Halo 2 opens with the Chief being awarded medals for his service.
Master Chief is I think, Navy rank. Like, what are we even talking about? Is it a military game? The main character's name is a military rank. Like, what are we doing here?
He is a war hero. Halo 3 ends over a patriotic speech as we see a memorial to all the fallen soldiers in the game. Halo Reach is primarily about the bravery and dedication of 6 Spartans as they gave their lives to stop the fall of Reach. The original Halo games are unabashedly pro-military, and as we know, the military makes leftists, lipcucks, and troons seethe. But moving on, we know that the military framing in the good Halo games is the perfect foil for Master Chief. The UNSC soldiers and all the military stuff in the Halo games have always grounded these games and made them feel more real than Pixels were able to.
Exactly.
Because the 343 games were made by feminists and gay men who think the military is icky, it's obvious that the military's role got severely downgraded in the 343 games.
Well, it's also that they add in a level of moral complexity that didn't deserve to be there. See, like, because they have a dislike for the military in real life, they have to impose that dislike into the game as well. I think that's really the main issue. It's like, you know, it's fine if you want to make a game like, you know, Metal Gear Solid. But that's not Halo. That's not the same thing.
In summary, the later Halo games do not feel like Halo to me because they massively downgraded the military conflict aspect of all this. Yeah. Halo 4 is about having retarded and esoteric conversations with the didact. It's boring as hell. Halo 5 is about Cortana becoming the bad guy and you fight this gay loser called Warden Eternal. In Halo Infinite, you fight a bunch of brutes called the Banished, and these guys are so boring that I can't tell them apart. Do you want to know why the 343 343 games don't feel like Halo, it's because the war against the Covenant and then the war against the Flood are the primary plot device in the good Halo games. The later games were such retarded failures because they got away from being about a military conflict.
I would say that's probably true. Yeah.
Alright, my final point. Number 3, Halo has always been about religion. Is there anything that Reddit, atheists, and pronoun people hate more than religion? And this explains why the 343 games have almost all of the religious content taken out, because leftists find religion icky. But the truth is that Halo 1, 2, and 3 are deeply focused on faith and religious belief. Halo 1
Didn't they want to activate Halo for like something like the Great Journey or something like that? Like I mean I played the games and I was in like I really was into Halo like 20 years ago. Okay, so a lot of this is like kind of outdated for me. The Ark, yeah. So that's really it. They thought it was salvation, exactly. Yeah, so I don't even know why they would get rid of this, because it shows religion to be misguided.
With a choir singing, the prophet of mercy, the prophet of truth, the prophet of regret, all biblical concepts.
Yeah.
John 1:17 is a Bible reference. The covenant is a Bible reference.
Yeah.
The flood, also a Bible reference. Marty O'Donnell indicated that the original name for the covenant was the dervish, which would have been a direct reference to Islam. So if you look at the original Halo
Really?
trilogy, it is clear that these games are about religious
You gotta keep in mind, this is like right around 9/11, okay?
fanaticism versus America. The UNSC represents the USA, and the Covenant represents the Middle East conflict. The Prophet of Truth is clearly a jihadist.
My feet tread the path. I shall become a god.
The whole idea of activating the Halo ring is a metaphor for suicide and these lunatics sacrificing themselves for Allah. The Halo ring is essentially a way to commit suicide by wiping out all life in the universe and going on the
I've never
great
thought about
journey.
this.
But over the course of Halo 2, you see the Arbiter's metamorphosis from a true believer to somebody who actively questions his religion.
Right.
You could say over the course of the first 3 Halo games, the Arbiter goes from a radical Muslim to a moderate Muslim who doesn't believe religious suicide is the answer anymore. This
Oh my god.
This video is really better than I knew this video was going to be good, but this is better than what I thought it was. Wow. So this is Nico, yeah?
This is why the Chief and Arbiter are able
Wow.
to team up and take down the Prophet of Truth and prevent the annihilation of the universe by these religious fanatics. So it's not true to say that Christianity is fighting the Covenant in the Halo games, but what is clear is the Human Covenant War is 100% a metaphor for the Iraq War, which is the conflict our country was engaged in at the time. Another interesting
Probably,
thing
yeah.
here is that Master Chief's name
this
is
is parallel.
John 1:17. In the Bible, the verse John 1:17 reads as follows: "For the law was given through Moses. Grace and truth came through Jesus Christ." Master Chief is what is known as a, quote, type of Christ. He does what humanity is not capable of doing. He is the ultimate soldier, the ultimate man, the ultimate Giga Chad. In the same way Chief saves humanity from suicidal jihadist Islam, Jesus Christ saves humanity from their sins by dying in their place. So it's easy to see why all religious content was removed from Halo 4, Halo 5, and Infinite. And this
I mean, I guarantee you that if the developers saw it this way, they changed it. I can almost guarantee you that. I
is
don't know
yet
if this is
another
all
reason
true, but-
why Halo 4, 5, and
Yeah.
Infinite do not feel like Halo games. Halo has always been deeply religious and deeply steeped in metaphor. So what did the woke retards at 343 do instead of the religion? They basically brought in a bunch of boring lore from the books and talked about that instead. Nobody cares about Warden Eternal. Nobody cares about the Didact. But because woke leftists are completely detached from reality, they thought somebody would give a shit about these characters and we never did. The only hint at Halo 4 and 5 being a metaphor, like I said earlier, is that number one, Chief is the bad guy now because Halsey kidnapped him from his parents and made him a child soldier and therefore bad. Number two, people like the Didact are white colonizers, and to update the language, they would probably call him a fascist today. I mean, these lunatics think the Didact represents America, probably. So boys, in closing, is it any wonder everybody freaking hates Halo now? The original Halo games were deeply Christian, deeply religious. They were essentially military games about the military. And
there were a lot of military games back then, by the way. Like, we had Medal of Honor, Soldier of Fortune, Call of Duty, and all of them were based off of real-life military conflicts. And there were a bunch of, like, Splinter Cell, fucking Battlefield, Metal Gear Solid, Command and Conquer, Ghost Recon, Army of Two, Killzone. Like, every fucking video game was about a military shooting up a bunch of fucking people. That was it. And that's all people wanted. That was it. That was it. Nobody wanted some other bullshit where people are talking about their feelings. Nobody wanted some weird narrative subversion. They just want the same thing. Great lineup, yeah.
Chief was the ultimate hero. 343 and Halo Studios games are dog shit. They're completely anti-religion and anti...
They need to shut down Halo Studios. They should shut it down. They should shut it, fire everybody.
Faith. They are anti-American, and they somehow make Chief the bad guy. One final note about that, I'm sure people will say, oh, well, the Spartan program was mentioned in the book in 2001, so it's always been there. To that, I would say yes, but do you seriously think that OG Bungie would have...
It wasn't looked at in a negative thing. Like, I remember reading the books, and it didn't... I remember, I guess, like, I mean, I can't really remember exactly every word, but like I never got the vibe that it was something that was like awful or evil or something like that. It was just like a special super soldier training program, and like as a 14-year-old I was like, well, this is really cool, dude. Like, I wish I could be part of one of those. Like, that's what I was, that's what was going through my 14-year-old brain whenever I played the game and read the book.
Chief the, quote, bad guy, or the Spartan program responsible for, quote, war crimes? Get out of here. Also, Bungie made it clear that the games are canon and the books are not canon. The games always took precedence over the books. But anyway, in closing, the whole reason Halo works as a game is because morality is so black and white. And I think that you will find in real life morality is still very black and white. Woke people and pronoun people are evil satanic retards. They worship Satan. They are trash, and they represent the flood. The USA, Christians, and all of humanity who value life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the UNSC. All right, boys, I'm going to get out of here.
Wow. Wow. That is crazy. Oh my god. What a fucking video. I didn't expect it to be that way. W quote, there's a video, give it a like. Andy, I've watched Andy's videos for like a couple of years now, okay? It's been quite a while. Want to play Halo now? Download the video before YouTube deletes it. I don't know about that. And who are the brutes then? I don't know. So, yeah, do the civil rights one next. Listen, let me relax, okay? And might be crazy, but he's not wrong. It's really, really, really fucking funny. Why gatekeeping is so important. They hate you because you tell the truth. The dev picture is horrendous. Remember, they hate you and they want to destroy everything you love. True. Very, very true. Is this about the Hollywood shit and video games? It's crazy. All right, I'm watching.
Please tell me that you guys understand where I'm coming from with this.
Just a moment.
I am sick and tired of the video games industry so desperately and so pathetically trying to be like Hollywood. Oh, do they want to be a part of that crowd? And everybody can see it at this point. I think that anybody with eyeballs can look at any AAA game in the industry and say, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. They can pretend like that's not what's happening. They can say that's not what's happening, but we can all see it. Constantly following the exact same themes, using the same casting habits, bringing in these prestigious voice casts that just so happen to be filled with Hollywood voice actors. modernizing old stories and
Yeah, they want to buy their way in the popularity. They want to be like the cool kids in Hollywood and movies and TV shows, except for they're a bunch of loser nerds that make video games, and nobody would even accept their college project, their high school play. And so now they have to turn it into a video game and pay some Hollywood actor to pretend like they're famous. It's embarrassing.
characters so that they can fit a modern audience that everybody seemingly doesn't
Yeah.
believe actually exists.
Mixtape.
Theater kid level writing
Yeah.
and self-insert, setting hundreds of millions of dollars on fire to be able to make these games look that much more cinematic and much more realistic. And all it's done is led to games feeling more cheap than they ever have while costing more than they ever have. And
Yep.
that's the conundrum. That's the problem that I'm having right now. That's the core issue here, because where did it all go wrong? How did it go so wrong? How did an industry that absolutely farmed us now lack the ability to be able to make a profitable or popular game anymore? Half of these guys are just a joke.
It's because it's different people. That's the reason why. You have people that are getting inside of video games and they're not doing it because they like video games anymore. And the reason, I think it's also DEI hiring. I think whenever you hire a bunch of art hoes instead of a bunch of fat nerds, you're going to have shitty video games.
Art hoes?
Then it dawned on me. They are
That's the
desperate
reason why.
for the approval of an industry that doesn't
Exactly.
even think they exist. They're not even on their radar. Meanwhile, they're making games, they're making products for an audience that doesn't even want it. And in trying to follow Hollywood's footsteps, they haven't taken the time to realize that the amount of time that it takes to make a game is what's making their results so much worse. So today, I want to talk about the games industry's obsession with Hollywood. How chasing a failing industry only also then leads to failure, and how, in mimicking Hollywood's formula, they haven't realized that time matters more than it ever has. And these guys are running out. I don't think I fully understood how deep the obsession with Hollywood had gotten until I had seen the reveal for God of War Lawfare.
No.
Now, I already had a lot of problems with what they had shown. You guys already know most of that. The painfully millennial, ironic writing, the spin-off into a female lead, the cast filled with Hollywood voice actors. All of it just felt like the exact same direction modern Hollywood has been taking their franchises for years. But the thing that got me was seeing Jack Quaid wearing this stupid PVC pipe box while doing motion capture for a fucking cube. While the chick who's playing the ribbons on a sword stood there holding a little box on a stick. And I just sat there thinking, why is this necessary? Why are these people even here? This is all just so damn wasteful. They're probably spending tens of thousands of dollars an hour on those actors, the set.
What's crazy is that, like, I can look at this game, and this looks like a game that got generated by Grok. I don't know about you guys, but, like, if I look at this, like, nothing about this looks appealing at all.
App and all the equipment that's surrounding
It's
them.
totally
Then
AI
I ended up
generated.
finding this interview with Games Radar, where the director Ariel Lawrence explained that while the box helped them properly space out their scenes,
Yeah.
it was not actually required. Apparently, it was just a lot of fun. And that is just so self-indulgent. None of this is necessary. They have the money to spend, so why not spend it? It gives them more time with the actors, brings them closer to the Hollywood production process, and it validates their desire to feel like they're directing a movie rather than making a video game, which that's already a problem in and of itself. This industry is not spending all of this money because the game itself demands it or that the players need it. They're spending this money because playing Hollywood makes them feel important.
Yeah, they want to buy their way into the prestige and celebrity of Hollywood and the music industry and TV. That's what they want to do. It's obvious they want to do that. That's the reason why they keep doing all of these, like, meet the developers and talking about the developers and having the developers on the camera. Like, you know, it's really kind of funny because I think about it. I don't think I've ever really even watched an interview with Miyazaki, the guy that made Elden Ring. I don't even know what he talks like. I don't even know what he says. Like, I have no idea. I have no clue whatsoever.
I think
They
that
said-
need to
you
feel
did one?
important
I did?
comes from an insecurity that this games industry has carried
I don't
for a
remember.
very long time. Back in 2012, Roger Ebert
Can't remember
published
the
an
guy from
article
Halo?
titled
Yeah.
"Video Games Can Never Be Art." It was written in response to a TED Talk from Kelly Santiago, who argued that video games had already crossed the line into artistic expression. Ebert disagreed. His position was that video games cannot be art because they fundamentally have the structure of a game, which makes art impossible. Video games have goals, art does not. That was his entire point. Now, he was wrong.
Art does have goals. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's so stupid and it's so reductive. Like, what do you mean? How can you say that art doesn't have goals when, like, 95% of the art that was made before, like, maybe, like, 500 to 1,000 years ago was all patronized and, commissioned by people who said, you need to make a statue of me that looks really good out of marble. Like, how can you even say that? Like, you're so stupid to say that. The overwhelming majority of art that's looked at as, like, the premier, pinnacle Renaissance paintings and shit like this was all commissioned and patronized by nobles, rich people, and other, state actors. Like, it's not even true.
Of course, and in my eyes, I think that video games are like the pinnacle of art, crystallizing the essence of nearly...
I'm so sick of having to listen to the opinions of William. I really am. I'm so sick of it. It's making me so angry.
Every single medium into one experience: painting, drawing, acting, music, writing, everything. Beyond that, his entire argument was judging games according to what movies could do, despite the fact that he barely even played any games himself.
So sick of it.
The industry, and honestly anybody in their right mind, should have just rejected all of this. It was a film critic talking about an industry that he's not involved in and a medium that he has no experience with. But instead, that article had set off years of arguments, responses, lectures.
Yeah, because and do you know who never needed to fight back against that? Is people like Kojima. It's people like Miyazaki. It's people like like the guys that work at Nintendo, like Iwata, Shigeru Miyamoto, like all the other guys, right? Like, they never needed to fight back against this because they just make the fucking game, and if people like it, then it's art, and that's all that matters. It's all of these Western people and these fucking retards that are begging for everybody's approval. That's what's... It's the approval, like, seeking that's just so... So basically only Asian devs? I do think that I think that Korea and Japan and China have a much better culture around. Maybe it's just different. I think it's probably the real answer to me is it's different. I don't really understand Chinese, Korean, or Japanese culture. I've never been there. I don't speak their language. I'm just speaking as an outsider. But it sure seems like, at least as an outsider, they don't have the same obsession with being perceived in a certain way. And to the extent that they do, I certainly don't see it as an American.
Kinds of different things coming from developers and critics that were desperate to prove that video games deserve to stand beside Hollywood. But the one thing in his article that ended up being right and ended up coming true was right at the end, where he said, do they require validation in defending gaming against parents, spouses, children, partners, co-workers, or other critics? Do they want to be able to look up from the screen and explain, I am studying a great form of art? Then let them say it, if it makes them happy.
Isn't it crazy how many people's lives are completely built around the approval of another person? It's so pathetic, bro.
This guy was an asshole, but he was absolutely right. They did require validation.
My favorite.
And the craziest part is that these guys are chasing validation from an industry that people like me have almost completely stopped caring about. I don't know about you guys, but I flat out just do not watch much of anything coming out of Hollywood anymore. The only television I watch is anime that I want to keep up with, old favorites like Battlestar Galactica, Fringe, and Supernatural, and that's about it. For movies, man, the last time that I went to the theater was to go see the extended Lord of the Rings anniversary run. Before that, I think I saw Project Hail Mary on a whim, which was great, by the way, but before that, it'd probably been 8 years or more. I like campy science fiction, dude bro comedies, low substance action movies, and high fantasy.
Same. My dad and I went to Redbox every weekend, and we rented the new Jason Statham, It's Just One Last Job, but I'm retired. You've got to do it. They have Sarah. Okay, all right, one last job. Like, I've watched probably like 40 of those movies.
Where it feels like I am the target audience, but over the last decade, Hollywood has deliberately moved away from guys like me in favor of re-releasing the same properties or virtue signaling for the sake of vanity. Everything has to rewrite old narratives, criticize how things are written or cast in the past, or inject modern social politics into it. That might appeal to some people, but for me, I'm just going to tell you guys, it just does absolutely nothing for me. And video games have been following that exact same trend. They've increasingly moved away from guys like me, taking a socially safer approach to most games that they put out. They've bent over backwards to try not to offend anybody. They've softened their language, limited their gameplay, put more female leads into historically male roles, and somehow have allowed the writing to get worse through all of it. Now, I think this is where some of our opinions might diverge a little bit. You guys are welcome to have your own opinions, but I think a lot of people have treated this like it was the natural result of changing social trends, politics, and investor influence. But I've come to realize that I don't think it's as shadowy or nefarious as a lot.
I think that for a while it was investor influence. As somebody who has a little bit of familiarity with this, the amount of money that guys were willing to spend on gaming studios back like maybe 5 years ago is a lot higher than it is now, at least from like my perception. But the difference is that you have other people that are inside of the gaming industry that have kind of picked up a little bit of that slack. But what's happened is that a lot of the guys that if you're running a $600 million investment fund, you have expectations, right? Like, you can't just invest all your money into garbage. How are they still doing it when they keep losing money? Well, it's because different people think that they're going to do it the right way. And there are games like Ghosts of Yotai, for example, that was a successful game. I think it was financially successful. And even I don't know if Avowed was financially successful or not, but I think it was probably pretty close to it at least, because Obsidian and Sucker Punch worked at a much lower budget. And so if you want to make a woke trash video game, you can do that, but you can't expect it to be a blockbuster. That's the difference.
People make it sound, because I think it's a lot more intentional.
That's what
because
I think.
These changes are going far beyond just the characters and tone. It's the games
ESG
themselves.
investing is drying up. Well, here's the problem with ESG investing, okay? And I'm going to simply apply logic to this and just, try to bear with me. Think about the games that get ESG investing. These are video games that were not able to get investing based off of their content. There were video games that were not able to get investment based off of their, their clientele, or they were not able to get investment based off of who's working at the studio. They weren't able to get investment based off of networking. So any video game and any piece of media that is being funded by ESG money, you have to assume is being funded by ESG money, because it can't be funded by any of these other things that would make more logical sense, because the investment isn't sound. So you're going to have a selection bias of ESG funded video games that are going to be worse on average, because they're selected by being excluded from every other investment criteria before this. You see what I'm saying, how this happens?
Positive change. It's the entire industry that's surrounding it. AAA games have become increasingly more Hollywood coded across the board. More Hollywood actors being cast in video game characters.
Environmental social governance. That's what ESG stands for. I'm going to go back 5 seconds. Sorry.
Hollywood coded across the board. More Hollywood actors being cast as video game characters. More video game adaptations in movies and television. The industry now has dozens of award shows that have almost nothing to do with the audience, and they're increasingly just feeling like exercises in self-congratulation. You have the Game Awards, DICE, BAFTA, the Golden Joysticks, and about a dozen more on top of that. And at the same time, these studios are pushing harder into fidelity and realism. Writing has become more self-serious and dramatic rather than immersive. Gameplay is taking a back seat, and the entire industry is becoming more expensive, more disconnected from its audience, and honestly, just a lot more self-indulgent. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that games should never be cinematic, or that Hollywood actors automatically make them worse. Hell, some of the best voice actors in the industry have been Hollywood actors in some way.
I think the reality is that 99.9% of guys don't have it. They just don't have it.
You checked on the Dragons?
There's not that many Kojimas.
Something's going on with that breeding base.
There's not a lot of Christopher Nolans out there.
All those jet dragons are hungry and injured.
There's not a lot of, Michael
You not put them inside the... Well, how?
Most people...
I tried to fix it, but it's just too
And
much.
these people think that they can emulate it by copying it. You can't do that.
That's so stupid. They're
Video
literally the only
games
thing
have
they're doing
belonged
is
from
running
movies
around
for
in the rain.
decades. Metal Gear Solid, Mass Effect,
The one that was
Red
hungry
Dead
was mine
Redemption,
too.
and
I was
plenty
like,
of
what the
other games
fuck?
are deeply
I'm
cinematic,
thinking it's
but
because
they
we were
understood
using them during the
that
raid,
they
then
were
we
just
put them in the
video
breeding range.
The cinematics serve the experience. The story serve the experience. Increasingly, it feels like gameplay is what developers are reluctantly building between the scenes that they actually care about. I think you can see this most clearly with their obsession with hyperrealism. Studios spending hundreds of millions of dollars scanning actors, capturing every movement, animating every facial twitch, and recreating reality down to the pores on someone's face, only for those games to look almost exactly like every other AAA game that
Bro, I didn't know there was a Halo 4, 5, and 6.
Hyperrealism.
The problem, not only that, is that you also hit diminishing returns. Where, like, whenever you already are at, like, 90% or 95%
They're all bad.
fidelity and it looks
No,
really good.
I know the
Like, let's say
open world
something
Halo
like,
game
what's a
people get, like, the last
95%?
time they get released.
Probably,
But I know the
like, I don't
remake
know,
people are, like,
Detroit
fucking
Become
this shit.
Human. You know, like, I'm trying to think of another game that's like that. Maybe Metal Gear Solid 5. You know, something like that. Like, to go from 95 to 99.
They have more females in the
like
game.
Witcher 3,
And one of the
sure.
females looked at Master
To go
Chief
from
and was like,
95 to
I
99
thought you'd be taller.
probably costs as much money as it takes to go from 0 to 95.
Big ass buff
So
Marine
the
dude.
problem is that, like, you're investing
in armor.
in, like, this
I thought
next
you'd be taller.
generation level quality to do something like Senua's Saga or, you know, God of War Laufey or, you know, Death
Mitch
Stranding
just looked at one of my
2.
heroic
And, like,
childhood heroic
Death
heroes
Stranding
and
2,
be
I
like,
think it makes sense that they did that.
I thought
But
you'd be more than
these
this.
other games, it really doesn't.
Fuck you!
Oh,
Get her out! She don't need a job. I don't care if she's 3D. Fire her.
Studio is doing this. The only real visual distinction between any of these games in this era anymore is where they're taking place in, or it's the personal politics of the studio
Oh, I slept for
behind
like
them.
2
Western
hours.
developers are
Went to bed at 6,
purposefully
woke up at
making
8.
women less attractive
What
and more
in the
masculine, and
hell?
Eastern developers are leaning further into beauty
Damn,
and
son.
aesthetics.
I think I
And
went out.
every step closer to reality requires more
Nah,
effort,
I
more
finished.
specialized
Nah,
roles, more
nah,
advanced
nah.
technology, more equipment,
Jose?
and more time. It's
Who's
why
with her?
we have watched studios
After I
move
finished,
in
I
size
started
of
streaming. He was
hundreds of
streaming.
thousands of developers
Okay,
at this
he was
point.
already streaming
It's
when I
making
started
the games
streaming.
more
When I got off
expensive,
work.
but
I fell asleep
it's
with the
not
stream on.
automatically making them
I
more
appreciate
memorable
that.
or more.
I went
amazing.
when I was
Fun
going
and
to bed. I did the same thing you did
Meanwhile,
for
the games
Berserker.
are
I'm like, oh,
strong
let me
as
just
art
leave this shit because he
directed,
was
many
still
of them
streaming
being
even
indie
after
games
I ended.
that
I'm
were
like,
made
damn,
by
this
other
man's
guys.
serious.
Wait, but
For decades,
did he have to be right back screen?
We're trying to recreate
No.
the real
Oh,
world.
he's actually
Notice how those
Yeah.
games
And
are
then when I
fell
woke
asleep,
up-
the fuck be right back screen.
when every single release needs
Bro, when I
Hollywood
woke
actors,
up
full
at
performance
8,
capture,
he was still streaming. I'm like,
photorealistic
bro, you
graphics,
still streaming? What the
hours
fuck?
of movie quality cinematics. The industry is
From
not
this morning
following
to- what
Hollywood's
the
creative
fuck?
habits anymore. They're adopting Hollywood's cost structures.
He didn't stop
Difference
until like
is that Hollywood
11.
can make a movie in a year or two. Video games take 7 or 8.
Yeah, really
If you
good.
He
guys
did
are
12
wondering
hours
where
streaming.
some of this money has been going, why AAA games now on average cost over
I don't know
$300
why.
million to make. This is
Bro, that's
why.
crazy.
It's where
That
it's
whole
coming
stream for
from.
what?
It's wasteful.
Fucking 50
It's
views?
gluttony. It's self-indulgence.
How many did you
Well,
get?
some of that stuff is fine. I think that the act
know
of
when I was
making
on
a game
yours, you had
should be
about
fine.
I think it's always like
Oh,
everything
you got
is always
165.
judged by its outcome.
You got triple digits.
And the
But that's still-
result is
for a
that
12-hour
a
stream,
game
that's
like,
not-
for
that's
example,
not
Death
worth it.
It
Stranding
really
or
isn't.
Death Stranding 2
I mean,
does everything.
he's taking
that he's
steps. You feel me? I gotta give him
but
credit. He
everybody
inspired
says that
me.
This is a cool game.
He even had
Like,
his
I mean,
bed
I
made,
know
everything in his
it's
room
kind
was
of a
clean.
polarizing game,
I had to do
but
my
people
shit too. I'm like,
recognize
damn,
it
bro.
as
Yeah,
a,
but the
you
12
know,
hour
as an
stream don't
accomplishment,
mean you
right?
finna get automatic
And so
views.
it's not even really
No,
about doing
but he's
it.
showing dedication.
The process doesn't
Hey,
really
shit, so are
matter.
you.
Like,
Yeah,
there's
but
a
he's
lot of
inspiring
pixel
me.
art
Shit.
games that are garbage.
How many
and there's
views
a
did your
lot of
last one get?
games that look like they're
I know you had to at
photorealistic,
least
but
get-
also garbage. The thing that
In
really
the-
matters
you-
is
yeah, you
like,
had to at least get 100
are
views
you
on your
doing
last one.
something
Nah,
that works?
nah,
and
hell
are
no.
you working
It ain't-
with
it ain't.
people that have proven success? And I think at the end of the day,
I know, I feel
you
success.
can't just
73.
emulate somebody else's success.
Yeah, close enough, bro. Close
Death
enough.
Stranding 2,
Hey,
yeah,
not
just-
bad.
It is close, bro.
Exactly.
I didn't know.
And these people should be
This
able
shit
to
was
enjoy
funny.
at
Oh
least a
my
little bit
God.
and have a bit of freedom when it
Got
comes to it.
whooped.
In a lot of
Let me
cases,
take care of my
these
drones.
guys are
Drones.
taking advantage of these companies. They're taking them to the
Let me
bank,
take
treating
my
them
drums
just
before I
like
go into the
everybody else.
battle.
And they are using it to fund their fantasy of playing Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's what's been going on with some of these.
I love this.
They're not even paying attention to
I'll be joining you. I gotta
trying
go
to actually make a video game.
I'm not gonna be on for long.
Like, how do these companies
Like I said,
not
I was
realize
only
how much of a
4 hours.
problem it is when
Yeah,
you
you
have a
did.
director for one of your games that's going out talking about how it's not even necessary for them to have 3 Hollywood actors in a motion
You could jump
capture
on.
set that costs God knows how much. Those actors
What,
who
an
cost
hour?
God knows
You mean
how
5
much.
minutes of
Doing motion
Palworld?
capture
Yeah.
with the
No, an
team
hour.
that
Yeah.
costs God knows how much.
2:30.
Doing motion capture.
Yeah, so I'm
for
finna just
you
teleport to the breed
and a
base,
ribbon.
hatch eggs, and then, oh, time to go to work.
Now I go to work at
It's
6.
so wasteful, especially
Yeah,
for
that's
a
why I'm gonna
spin-off.
quit.
This isn't even a mainline
Tom, you work
title.
too?
No,
You know,
no.
recently
It's
I
not
read this
good.
article that was talking about how expensive games have been made over the last few years.
Yeah.
How much more expensive games are today. And one of the reasons that they had brought up is that the biggest difference between today and how games were made in the past is that there are so many more specialized roles than there have ever been. And that's one of the targets for a lot of the layoffs that we've seen recently. It's not a bunch of guys that are wearing a bunch of different hats that can do a bunch of different things. No, instead, something as simple as just creating a character for a game now requires you to have a creative director, and then you have to have a concept artist, and then you need a VFX artist, and a 3D modeler, and then you need somebody to rig that model, then you need
Wow.
an engineer to be able to put it in the game, and then you need a voice actor, but if that voice
But do
actor
you
is going
really-
to be doing motion capture, now there's entirely different teams that are going to be attached to that, and you have this ever-growing mountain of people. Go ahead and throw some consultancy agency on there for sensitivity and diversity, and the next thing that you know, well, you have this
There's
massive
15 people that are assigned to creating one character in a video game. Meanwhile, Kojima was like, so Solid Snake. Well, I was watching this movie, it was called Escape from New York. It was really good. So I was thinking we'd do a guy like that. Well, what was the guy's name in the movie? His name is Snake. Okay, well, what do you want to call the guy in your game?
Snake.
Okay? Alright, that was easy.
mountain of people that a single idea needs to go through, and all of those people are getting paid all the way down.
Got it. Boy, did it work. Yeah.
I got this new Thunder Fruit
All of this is
all
not only
range
adding
under.
to
I've never seen
how
that shit
much
before.
these games cost.
My
to
favorite
make,
skill
but
is still
it's
the
also
lightning
adding
tornado
to
one.
how long
I love that
these
shit.
games take
Oh
to
yeah,
make.
bro. I
And
constantly
you're-
have that shit.
rewind
If
the
y'all
clock
ever need some,
50
Oh no, I'm growing it. I'm growing it in my
bro,
base.
constantly growing that shit in the back
I'm
of
not
my
growing
base.
no other fruits besides that.
Nitro.
Unless I find the meteor ring for the dragons, I ain't growing no other fruits.
Meteorine?
No chance.
Yeah, the one that drops the bombs.
I don't think that's a fruit.
17
Damn.
years.
Yeah, that's what I found that crap.
The only one close to it is
That
Comet.
expense is
And
definitely
they only
killing
drop
these
in one.
companies, but the thing that's really ruining them right now is time.
That lightning storm?
Because time
Nah,
waits for
bro.
no one.
That bitch be.
And it's
I'll do that
definitely
bitch.
not
I'll stick
waiting
up to the shit.
I remember me and you almost died to that
I
shit
don't know
when
about
we
you guys,
invaded
but
those
I
ice guys'
completely
base.
locked into
And they used it on
Palworld.
us when we
I
were
just
in the
pulled
building.
myself away from this game. And after watching it
I'm
reach
playing it way
certain
too much.
levels of success twice now, I started to reflect on what makes this game
And
different.
then I have this
The
other
game
grass
is not
move
even a live
called
service, yet
Wind
it
Blast.
is
Yeah, I know what
averaging
that is.
over like
What is the other
800,000
one?
players
Wind
during
Reflector?
the week. And
There's
it's
a lot of shit to do in the
Circle
game.
behind what that
That's the
is.
reason why.
honestly insane. This is the kind of
What is
success that every
Reflective?
AAA publisher wishes it could find. These are numbers that they try to
Yeah,
budget
it's
their
already
games
out there.
around,
Find a
only to
box.
release those games and have them
It's
kind
kinda
of black
Palworld
on their
right now.
faces. So I kept thinking about
I do have feedback. I think that they should. The hard mode bosses are way too hard.
Did he just say
compared
they're
to the
way too
last
hard?
boss. And I think that they should maybe introduce 3 difficulty modes. And have
For a single player, probably.
that
No.
gets players ready for
Shit,
the
we got Ruler.
capstone challenge.
You proved that you can run through them
fights.
bitches.
Ruler's
Because
not
I just
normal.
think that it's a big
Fair
jump,
enough.
You
right?
should know your
and
friends.
I feel like whenever you add in a really big jump in difficulty, you
That man
lose a
take his
lot of people
laptop
in the
to work.
process. Just get good.
I mean, I just did the same
Like,
thing when I had
basically,
one of those
I
type
think
of
you have a
jobs. When I had a
piece
security
of
job, I used to bring my shit to work.
I think you should have a little bit in the middle as a medium mode, right? It's my
what
opinion.
Palworld is doing that the wider industry is not right now. And one of the biggest things that I kept coming back to is that this game only took 3 years to develop. That used to be normal. Through the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, a game could take a year or less to
They just
make.
need some
As
more
3D
outfits
graphics
around, bro.
came into the picture, well, it
Like,
got
I
a
can
little
only
more
cycle through the first
complicated.
few outfits so many
Development
times.
roles expanded, that then grew to 2 or 3 years of production. Studios then placed more emphasis on cinematic quality, wider scopes, and larger narratives, and AAA development expanded to 4, 5, 6, 7 years at this point. Much of that additional time was not necessarily spent on making the gameplay better, but instead making it look more expensive. Now, speed isn't everything. You can make a game in a day if you wanted to. That doesn't mean that game's going to be any good, but speed does matter when it comes to relevance. Palworld burst onto the scene in 2024 after roughly a year in development, and then while it was still fresh in people's minds and the audience was still waiting for it, the game then dropped its 1.0 full release 2 years later, and it exploded. If they waited a little bit longer, or maybe another couple of years, who knows how big that audience actually would have been. But I actually still think that game.
None of the parents have lucky. I just gotta.
Kind of relevance that matters
you mean one of the PAL
that's cultural relevance.
Yeah.
Palworld probably could have released at any point they wanted to because Pokemon is seemingly immortal. It has always been near the top of the charts. It has an active global fan base that has embedded itself into popular culture for decades now. Creature collecting itself is kind of a timeless concept.
Oh no, one of my pals are lucky. I was about to say, wait, what?
Kind of a timeless concept. The same cannot be said for many of the trends that AAA games are chasing, especially the trends that they're borrowing from Hollywood. What was the last time that you watched a timeless movie that came out of Hollywood? Oppenheimer, maybe?
Last timeless movie that came out of Hollywood, Oppenheimer is probably a good example. I'm trying to think if there's a better example than that. Dune. I thought Dune. Like, I mean, I guess, did Dune 2 come out after Oppenheimer? I don't really remember. Like, yeah, Interstellar, well, that was like 10 years ago, man. Like 15 years ago. It was a really, really long time ago. Dune is probably the one that I would go with for like the most recent one. Or Oppenheimer is good too, sure.
And was there
John Wick
before that?
Unironically, John Wick.
Many of people's favorite movies are the timeless classics: the original Star Wars trilogy, Titanic, Jurassic Park, the original Disney animated films, Lord of the Rings. They were not completely built around what was happening in the year that they were made. They were self-contained, creative works with themes, characters, and worlds that could outlive the culture that was surrounding them because they weren't about the culture that was surrounding them. We don't see nearly as much of that coming from Hollywood anymore because they have become obsessed with current social norms, internet discourse, and whatever the current cultural conversation is that's happening at that exact moment. The problem is that modern internet culture has now made this even worse because they pick up and abandon trends within a week or even sometimes days. Anything that's going to be built around culture today is going to have an expiration date, and that expiration date is getting shorter every single year. Now that doesn't mean that movies and television.
I think that also it's the like one difference between like movies and video games is that genres of movies, like comedy movies, are still funny, right? Like people still want to watch comedy movies. People still want to watch dramas. They still want to watch action movies. So like video game genres, like basically like they ebb and flow a lot more than like let's say a movie genre does. Yeah, rom-com, comedy is dead. That's for a different reason.
Can't still be successful. They absolutely can.
Funny.
I think we all can see that. But they benefit from having a much faster turnaround. A movie that begins production in 2020 that releases in 2022 can still feel relatively connected to the culture that produced it.
Sure.
But a video game that begins production in 2020 and releases in 2026 or 2027.
What the fuck do you use milk for?
Like it came from
I got 3 stacks of milk in my fridge.
I think also like you probably can.
What the fuck? Why do I have 3 stacks of milk if I'm making so much cake?
Maybe you make a vegetable cake. That's
how much the like woke identity stuff captured discourse and captured media.
What?
Like inside of the years,
look
I
at
would say like
milk. First cake uses
2019
milk.
to 2024.
The other 2 use
that was
candy,
like
vegetable
everything
shit.
about media. Everybody was thinking about this. Everybody was talking about this, and you weren't allowed to disagree with them. And so what it did is like, and I think that really like if you compare 2016 versus 2015, let's say, to 2005, I think there was a much smaller difference than 2015 to 2021.
It's just this stove is over
like
here.
I really feel like we went through a very profoundly unique period of time of about 5 years.
That's a good question. I think I just used all my eggs.
I think this is one of the biggest reasons that we've been seeing so many games struggle with so much culture. It's why we are seeing so much character designs, how stories are written, and the overbearing use of divisive social politics. Many of the games that have been released over the last 2 years began concept phases and development phases somewhere between 2018 and 2020, and that was a completely different cultural reality. At that time, people were much more willing to tolerate a lot of this stuff here and there. Maybe they just
because apparently there's a power that
I robbed them. Yeah, I saw. I was like, who the fuck
Today-
produced these? I saw him. I'm like,
I
you?
think it's
Yeah,
not
bruh.
that people
I was like, you find they produce these now?
not allowed
I don't even go to cable no more.
taste with it.
Just gotta catch rumor.
Like, there is a culture of toxic
We might
positivity
need
that
another
was
range base.
enforced by every corporation
Yeah,
in
you're
the
right.
entire world.
No, seriously.
You
Like,
It's not enough.
where it's like, if you express distaste with, you know, race swapping characters or gender swapping characters,
Not in the
or
Skyplay, exactly.
adding in trans themes to a video game that has
I'm a
nothing to do
favorite.
with sexuality, like, you were just
Yeah, we don't
branded
have
as like
a
this
lot of
awful
bases there.
person, and you
On the water
effectively
base
get
and to the
deplatformed,
water.
you
I'm
would
building
lose
my
sponsorships,
favorite
you
spot
would
that has
maybe get
oil, too.
banned on the platform,
Mm.
and so like there was a culture of toxic positivity, of never criticizing and never saying anything negative about these viewpoints, right? And I think that fundamentally, when Elon bought Twitter, everything changed, right? And then you could see that actually
Oh my
everybody
God.
actually always did hate this,
Only
but there was just a
172 days.
culture around not being able to say
That's all that was in there?
people
Yeah, I
were being
recently
forced
robbed it.
into
Oh,
accepting
rob my
this,
base, I
and
got
the
plenty.
moment that they were not
You
able
got
to be
eggs in
forced
your
into
base.
accepting
I
it,
got so much
it
in my
immediately
base.
stopped. That's why every single one of these, like every
They
single
already there.
website that's unmoderated,
Yeah, it's third
tends to
floor.
have the same
Oh,
viewpoints that we have. That's just generally the way it is. Like if you don't control
Yeah,
what
that
people
floor
say,
and then directly
the
behind you.
default will be that
In the
people
corner.
think like us because that's the way that most things are. So you have to manufacture a separate hyper reality in order for these ideas to have an
Damn,
ecosystem that
600.
they can exist in without effectively being cannibalized by better
Yeah, there's
ideas.
some in that one, but then there's some in the other
Interests,
one, too.
tastes, and culture have changed
That's stack in the
completely,
other one.
and more
That's
importantly,
that should be good.
people have become far more tribal and openly
bad bitch.
hostile towards anything that's associated
You like
with
the
the
bad
other
bitch?
side. A few years ago,
Oh, he got
the
two
game
bad
would
bitch.
replace
Oh, I got
male
more.
and female characters
Oh,
with body
you
type
are
A
a
and B
menace
and
to
gender swap a
society.
character or rewrite an old role, and most people would barely even react.
They
Today,
weren't allowed to react. I think everybody hated it. And I think that's why there's so much
What's that? My
animosity
base is
against
at
those people now.
Efficient. Yeah, I got
Is
1, 2,
because
3, 4,
everybody
5 hookers
hated
out in
living
the
under
base.
that tyranny. And now that you don't have to, people are making up for lost time.
I'm gonna pray for you.
Yeah, you weren't able to have those
Yeah, pray
arguments.
for me, I'm good.
hey, that
That's what I'm
exact
supposed
same
to do.
decision is
Make
going to
it
get your
out.
trailer downvoted into oblivion in the game, having no audience there to show
Shit,
up
all
when
I
that
do,
game
base got
actually
the
releases.
top nigga
These
person
studios
wasn't
are
there.
not necessarily making
Man,
games
he don't
for
go
the
to sleep.
culture that
I
exists
went there at
today.
nighttime one time.
They
I
are
almost killed
releasing
him. I'm like,
games
what are you
based
doing?
on culture.
Who are
that
you?
believe is still easier
What are you doing in my
than
base?
7
The
years
nigga over there minding his own business, literally, and
It's
I'll
honestly
pull up with a
probably
gun like, who the
They're
fuck? Oh.
far more vulnerable
First of
to
all,
the
you hear-
changing
you hear-
trends and also to trends just changing faster in the industry than they can actually
Right
develop
up with
around
my
them. And
hands, smack
I
that
think
shit
this
out.
extends
I saw a
far
plasma
beyond
rifle
just
in the,
politics and opinions
chest.
and
I don't know
tastes
if
and
it was
everything
high guard or
else. It's
some shit.
actually affecting the games themselves.
It wasn't a high guard.
Look at the endless trend chasing around battle royales, hero shooters, and extraction games, or the flood of terminally millennial Marvel dialogue. These games were approved at a time where those ideas probably made sense to a lot of people, but then they released years later when people were already tired of them. Just look at the wave of hero shooters that came out over the last 2 years. Almost all of them failed outside of Marvel Rivals, and I think a major reason for that is simply because they took too long to make. By the time that they arrived, tastes had already shifted, and the audience had already moved on. Marvel Rivals only succeeded because it didn't follow every trend
need-
the industry was chasing.
Yeah.
At least in my eyes,
No
I think
way.
it rejected
What?
the obsession with safe character
You need the
designs and leaned way more into making their
meat
cast
for the
attractive, and
cake.
that made them feel far
Why do you
more
need meat for
culturally
cake?
relevant at the time because that's what people actually
It's because
really
it's
wanted
special
in
cake.
that moment.
I think also like.
But it's a good thing we breeding them niggas.
I like.
That's not cake.
So companies pay cosplayers
pasta, nigga.
to dress up
Bruh,
as their characters.
let me tell you a story.
They do. They'll
So I
pay
used to go to the
cosplayers
Brazilian church
do
when I
this.
still
Like,
had
they
faith
give
in the
them
Almighty
money,
in the sky.
They pay them to go to events,
Damn.
etc.
And
So why is it that
one day, it was somebody's
all these
birthday or
girls
whatever,
are
and they made a
cosplaying,
cake.
For
Cake
example,
looked
Emma Frost, or
20 out of 10, dog.
you
I
know,
was like,
I don't
damn.
know, Black Cat, or
I can't
you
wait
know,
to
one
piece
of the
that.
other characters, Storm. In these games,
Someone
the
comes to
reason
the phone,
why
starts
is
cutting the
because these
cake, I'm gonna
characters are
shit.
hot,
Yeah, I'm
they're
fucking into
attractive,
this
they're
shit.
appealing,
Bro.
and people like them. And
I
so
took a bite.
fundamentally, Luna Snow,
I
yeah, that
think
was
the
a big
icing
one, right? And so
with mashed potatoes, and the
fundamentally,
cake was like some type
people
of
like that's free advertising.
like
If you have people dressing up as your characters and people talking about
there
your
was
character
vegetables
design,
and shit in there.
that
There was
is
it was like a
advertising
meal.
my head hurt.
game in a
Bro,
positive
I
way.
I
And
immediately when I
passive
started that shit away, I was so
advertising
mad.
in a positive way.
I was expecting something sweet.
You
Fuck,
wouldn't
my
have
taste buds
people
all
paying
up that
money
night.
for it. You wouldn't have these companies spending money to do that.
I was so mad.
Also helping it to stand apart
Yeah,
from
that
everything
just made
else
my
that's
head
coming
hurt.
out of AAA. And I think all of this
I never
becomes
trusted them
so
with
much
cake
more
again.
worse when these
Crazy.
companies
What
try to do
cake?
this inside of existing
I said I never trusted them with cake
You have
again.
your own
Oh, I thought you
IP,
said devil's
free to
cake. I'm
do
like,
whatever
yeah,
you
that's
want. You
that's
can build
exactly what it
characters,
is.
worlds, and an audience around the culture that you're
Oh,
chasing,
nah,
and
bro.
people can
Never again.
decide whether they're interested. But when you take something that already existed and you reshape it to trends from 6 years ago, you're forcing ideas onto an audience that already has expectations for what that series is supposed to be. Look at what's going on with the Odyssey right now. This is something that also happens in Hollywood. This is why these changes create so much backlash. This is what's really pissing off a lot of people.
It's because it's a change that's made in a culture of toxic positivity. Everybody knows Helen of Troy wasn't black. So whenever you cast a black person as Helen of Troy, you're making a social statement. You are. You're making a social statement by doing that. And everybody knows it. So, and fundamentally, like, there are a lot of, and the people that try to advocate for this kind of stuff, they think that they can guilt trip you, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to say that you're racist, so then you have to agree with this. Like, that's really good for manufacturing consent on social media, but it's really bad for getting butts and seats on a movie theater. It is. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of movies. The Odyssey seems like it's doing well, but I would argue that I think it would do a lot better if they didn't make these controversial casting decisions. It would have been even more successful. So fundamentally, I think that they're good at preventing people from, speaking out, but they're not good at preventing people from doing something.
For using the popularity of an older franchise to sell something designed for an audience that they assumed would exist years later.
Yeah.
By the time that game releases, that predicted audience may have disappeared by that point, while the original audience is still sitting there wondering why everything they like has changed to attract people that never even showed up. Now, something that I find really funny, and I think a lot of you guys are probably going to agree with me on this, is that I think a lot of people in the games industry desperately wish that they were Hideo Kojima. I mean, Death Stranding has everything that I've criticized throughout this entire video.
That's exactly what I fucking said.
It has
Yes,
Hollywood
exactly.
actors, full performance capture, hours of cinematics, expensive production,
But they're
they even
not.
have a bunch of licensed music in it, and they definitely have a director who clearly loves movies and television and sees himself as a director. Kojima puts celebrities into the game just because he wants to meet them. He scans directors into their world as holograms. This man is...
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro, is it? This is like a fucking thing. The guy made Pan's Labyrinth, right? He was gonna do The Hobbit, and he's just like one of the characters in Death Stranding.
probably the most self-indulgent developer alive, but Kojima understands something that the rest of the industry fundamentally does not. All of this serves an idea that is completely his own. Death Stranding was not an old franchise that's being rewritten around whatever Hollywood is doing at the time. It was an IP that was distinct. It had its own distinct world. It had bizarre mechanics and an experience that only would work inside of a video game. You spend hours walking across mountains, balancing packages, building infrastructure, and forming connections with people that you may never actually meet. The actors help bring that world to life, but the entire game is not built around just showing off those actors. These studios copy the surface level parts of Kojima. They hire the recognizable celebrities, they build out these enormous motion capture studios, they create long cinematic scenes.
They just forget about making the good video game. Like, that's the, oh, bro, like, Jesus, we were so close.
They take themselves very,
Damn it, we
very
messed up
seriously.
again.
But they leave out the creative risk, the mechanical experimentation, the willingness to make something that may only appeal to a very specific group of people. They want the prestige without doing the thing that earned him the prestige. And I love Death Stranding, by the way. It's one of my favorite games. I think it's absolutely fantastic, and it's definitely self-indulgent, to say the least. But at the same time, it's a game that offers an experience that you just can't find anywhere else. It does so many weird...
And I think that's a really good point that he's bringing up, is that the experience that you have playing Death Stranding, I don't think that you can have that experience in another video, in a movie or a TV show. Like, you could say, maybe it's similar to, like, the Book of Eli, or it's similar to, some other post-apocalyptic movie like Walking Dead, or something like that. But it's truly a unique experience that is kinetic, and it's an experience that you engage in yourself. So it's not like, okay, well, we're going to create this bullshit and make it like a movie. This is a unique experience that only a video game could deliver. long road. Yeah. I was thinking about that. Yeah, the road with whatever his name is.
Different things. It's so distinct in its world and what it's trying to do, and none of it feels like it has anything to do with current day. Ironically, by trying to be big and cinematic and ultra Hollywood, Kojima, being the guy that he is, actually made something that was timeless and distinct. Which kind of loops me back around to Palworld in a way, because Palworld didn't take 8 years trying to figure out what they were going to be able to make in the current culture that they were making it in. No, they took a timeless concept, iterated on it, and then released it to an audience that they knew would already be there no matter what, regardless of when those guys released that game. And that's why it's so popular. That's why it worked out for them. And that's what I think a lot of these guys have kind of just lost sight of over time. They've gotten so obsessed with Hollywood, so obsessed with trying to make video games into movies, that they forget about what made games timeless. At one point in time, I wanted to make a video where I was going to talk about timeless games and like what makes games timeless in some cases, like an Ocarina of Time or a Metal Gear Solid or Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, the original ones. There's a huge list. Super Mario Brothers, right? If you think back to all these games, all the most timeless games, not a single one of them was ever made to have anything to do with what was going on in current day.
I don't think I would completely agree with that. I think that Metal Gear Solid is the exception, but he's right about the rule. I think that Metal Gear Solid very clearly was a critique on, American imperialism, around the military-industrial complex and everything. Like, it clearly was commentary on it. But it was commentary that was being done in a respectful and a reasonable, and also with a degree of escapism to it. It was not a one-to-one. There were just characters in there that kind of looked like Dick Cheney. That's a really big difference. Whereas now, I just feel like it's almost always a one-to-one.
It was never about current.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a lesson.
It was a self-contained.
They weren't trying to teach you something.
That was made to be not about its culture and just about itself. And that's the one step that these guys completely
make parallels, not.
I don't think that.
Exactly.
I'll be honest. Like, I don't really care that these guys want to make games look more cinematic. If you want to make games look better, cool, that's fine. If you want to hire Hollywood actors,
make
cool,
the game
that's
good
fine.
first.
The one thing that's crippling these guys the most is the fact that they are stuck in today, and they need to be thinking about tomorrow. And that's the thing that's really killing a lot of these games right now.
Yeah,
they gotta get out of it.
Marathon's that.
Because, I mean, as somebody that is just not really a part of the whole film thing, I don't really watch a lot of movies anymore. I really don't watch a whole lot of TV. I know that I'm not alone, and I know there's a lot of other people that are like me. And if these guys continue to follow what Hollywood has been doing and following their trends, they're going to end up meeting a lot. They're going to end up meeting a lot more guys like me. I'm going to tell you that right now. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm going to get ready to go to. I got to go to bed. Cat keeps coming and trying to tell me it's time to go to bed, so I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys didn't like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, comment down below. Follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch, catch me in the next one. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let me know if you guys are sick of the Hollywood trends inside of games as well, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
No, I mean, like, I agree with everything he says. I've complained about this for a while. Like, I've said for a very long time that I really, really don't like the trend of turning video games into narrative adventures and movies. And I think that there are a lot of video games that I play that, like, these cinematics interrupt me playing the game. Like, it's almost like I'm trying to play the game, and then the cinematic is like, oh, look at me, look at, ooh, wow, we're gonna have to listen to another lore dump, uh-oh. It's like, fuck, do I really want to listen to this shit again? Because The Last of Us, I do think that The Last of Us was the big one, it was. And cinematic acting like an ad, I know. And have you seen the recent Delhi protests in India? I'm going to look at it probably today, like, or tomorrow, because, like, I don't know really what happened. I'm just going to look it up ahead of time and see kind of what's even happening, right? 20-minute tutorial doesn't shut the fuck up. Yeah, I also, in video games, one thing I hate are tutorials. And the reason why is because, like, I just don't feel like I don't learn anything through a traditional tutorial. Thanks for watching, boys. Yeah, there's Legendary Drops in chat. Make sure to give them a follow on Twitch, too. I'll link you guys to video.
Yeah, I was in here by myself, so I just had it muted.
What's going on over there?
Over where?
It sounded like next door someone was banging against the fucking wall.
Hmm.
No. And I need you to drop the code.
Really? Now? Alright. I wish I could tell my pals to use their moves sometimes. Cause these World Tree pals be glitched out in the fucking wall. Bitch, use Thunderstorm. Okay, I tried everything. That was evil. That was pure evil.
Oh.
The drones plus the beam launcher against the Alaska bosses, they didn't even get to wake up.
Yeah, the beam launcher's deadly.
Oh yeah. Big dick damage. And Frank, Ruler was telling me that the final boss don't have a type.
Yeah, so it is what it is. We're just gonna have to prey on those dragons. Now we're going to head over there.
Can you drop your Discord in chat? My Discord. Okay. Oh man, this person just wanna do business and shit. Man, I don't want none of that stuff. I don't want. If I can't do it myself, I don't want somebody doing it for me. That's the motto. I'd rather learn how to do it. My own pal scared the shit out of me.
spots in this area.
And his girlfriend. Damn it, I needed one of those birds. I need to put these drones away. What the actual fuck was that?
And I'm just gonna put it there.
Oh shit. That's not good. Alright, I'm gonna go eat and probably pass out. I guess you want me to leave the game on or what?
Yeah, shit. Let me just get out of this dungeon. Oh, yeah, okay, that's the exit. And I'm gonna go in this ranch, but it's not. It's just there's no view that I want.
Alright, I'm on my base.
Where'd that? Turning to title screen. Timmy Turner. I'm gonna be streaming later.